Manalo sefikile sesilinde ukuthi angene kuphela manje.
keep him waiting. There's chairs in the back. Yes, there's chairs in the back. Please, if there's chairs in the back, occupy the chairs at the back. Yes. Are they done? Okay, that's fine. Then please, if you ask that who stand in the back. Can we also just clear it here?
Yo.
Oh. So we need to watch what they say.
May we be seated? Order, please. Thank you very much. Can those that are speaking on the other side of the media team have some form of discipline and respect for this gathering? We are officially commencing with the business of the day. We are all welcome. We also have to express our apologies for delaying. We had a lot of conflicting commitments, but finally we are here. On my far right, are representatives of political parties. In fact, it's progressive African parties that are also together with MK. We have SACA, led by its president. It's SARS. It's SARA, led by Colin Makubela. We have the TG of AADP, Donald Mukari. We have a member of the National Executive Committee of African Transformation Movement, Nati Kuseli. We have A4MC, Comrade Hassan. We have SACA. We have Arise South Africa, represented by Comrade Mtota Gada. We have Shiluwa, PCM, Comrade Skosana, and two representatives from the ACC, Comrade Tolane and Comrade Tembagazi, Stone. We also have representation from the Sun Party. And lastly, the president of ACT, Comrade Isma Khashmi. Then we have, still on the far right, representatives from the National Negotiation Team, Comrade Donduka Tlabashe. We have Comrade Skosana Tsebo. We have the representation of the Youth League of Umkhonto weSizwe, the leadership of the Umkhonto weSizwe Women's League, led by Comrade Shelley Brown. We have the national chairperson of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, Comrade Junior Mkojo. We have the Secretary General of Umkhonto weSizwe, Comrade Arthur Zwane. We have members of the National Leadership Corps seated here as well, and the spokesperson, Comrade Tlamulo. The legal representation of Umkhonto weSizwe, led by Comrade Dalimpofu. And lastly, comrades, of course, there are other members of the National Leadership Corps who are seated amongst yourselves. But lastly, the delegation is led by His Excellency the President of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, Comrade President Jacob Zuma. At this stage, we will request
that we all rise and take our hats off and observe a moment of silence for our fallen comrades, but also the passing of the chairperson of Jacob Zuma Foundation, the late comrade Zuma. May we all rise and observe a moment of silence. Thank you very much. May his soul rest in peace. Moving on, we have Kamala to come in Yamaza and do the reading of today's address. There's a special request that we read a message issued by Umkhonto Women's League in honor of the memory and the life of our fallen compatriot and leader, Comrade Dumien. Umkhonto Women's League notes with a heavy heart the untimely passing of the chairperson of Jacob Zuma Foundation, Comrade Dumien. I'd like to extend our sincere condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues during this difficult time. Ms. Miene will be remembered for the lives she touched and changed through her work at the JGZ Foundation. She will be remembered for a fearless voice and steadfast towards the transformation of all sectors of our economy. May the family find healing and comfort during this period of mourning. Lala Motolo, Dolomba, Muzugasi, Mbunduwasentla, Wenawaseningizi, issued by the leadership of the Women's League. Thank you. Nyamaza, it is indeed time you read today's statement. And this is how we are going to proceed with the business of the day. Subsequent to the reading of the statement, our legal rep will also give the background of our legal remedies. Then we can have the Q&A, respond to that, then we'll close our meeting. Thank you very much.
I think we're going to need that other one. Can we have that one as well, so they can hear? Am I audible? Can you all hear me? Okay, good. Comrade President Jacob Mhlanganyelo Zuma, our Commander-in-Chief, has requested that I read this address and make sure that we meet all the needs based on the noise that's been made. This is a public address to the nation by the President on the 2024 elections and the current political situation in South Africa. It reads the following. Fellow South Africans, It is not by coincidence that I address you today on June 16, 2024, on the 48th commemoration of the June 16 massacre, when young children stood up to the enemy and said, "Enough is enough." Today, we say the same. You will also remember that I last addressed the nation exactly 6 months ago, on 16 December 2023, in Soweto, where I gave 7 reasons why I had come to the difficult decision that I would campaign and vote for Mkhonto Wesizwe and not for the sellout ANC of Ramaphosa. I called for the unity of the left and all progressive forces. On 16 December 2023, I said, open quote, "I call on all South Africans to join me in taking this important step and vote for MK Party and any other progressive parties which seek total liberation and the return of our land to its rightful owners, the African people." The task ahead requires young and old leaders alike to pull in the same direction. No single organization can pull us all out of this present crisis. We require the same spirit which saw us defeat the monster of apartheid. I later indeed campaigned on the ticket of asking patriotic and freedom-loving South Africans to follow my lead and vote for Mkhonto Wesizwe and other progressive parties in the 2024 elections. Before anything else, let me take this opportunity to thank all of the more than 4 million South Africans who voted for Mkhonto Wesizwe and all progressive forces who are fighting for the return of our land. Siyabonga, re a leboga. He can say, "Bye, thank you." As we speak, the newly formed Progressive Caucus of Parties commands close to 30% of the seats in the National Assembly. We strongly believe that if it was not for the massive electoral fraud and other irregularities committed while the IEC was watching, that number would be far higher and perhaps in the majority. But even after the daylight robbery, to achieve almost 30% in the National Assembly puts us in a very strong position to fight on for the total economic liberation of Black and African people. It has never happened in a democratic South Africa that there is a united opposition commanding more than 100 seats in the National Assembly. In a situation where there is no single party with more than 40% of the vote, we must applaud the people of South Africa for making history. Because of you people of South Africa, this country will never be the same. True freedom is around the corner. The return of the land has been delayed by those who robbed us of our votes and are now working with those who took our land using violence. It is also the first time that a progressive formation such as Mkhonto Wesizwe, alongside its progressive caucus partners, will be the official opposition. On December 16, 2023, I stated that we had started an initiative with several progressive parties aimed at creating a united patriotic front. For various reasons, that project was delayed until after the elections. I am therefore glad to announce not that only will Mkhonto Wesizwe form part of the Progressive Caucus, but we will soon also be announcing the formation and a program of that patriotic front of progressive forces who are both inside and outside of Parliament. While the Progressive Caucus must carry out the struggle inside Parliament, the Patriotic Front must also do so outside of Parliament and amongst other progressive organs of civil society who subscribe to the return of the land and the dignity of the African people. Our message to the heroes of June 16 is: the centuries-old struggle for the return of our land will take a new shape starting today, 16 June 2024. This united effort is necessary because the 2024 election has also resulted in the consolidation of right-wing and reactionary forces who are opposed to economic freedom, racial economic transformation, racial equality, and land repossession, led by the ANC of Ramaphosa and the Democratic Alliance, which is the replacement of the racist National Party of Hendrik Verwoerd, B.J. Foster, P.W. Botha, and F.W. de Klerk. Their regimes could not have lasted even one day without black collaborators, such as Ramaphosa. Today, all of those sellout forces have been replaced by the ANC of Ramaphosa, which has taken us back to 1948. Fortunately, millions and millions of our people have realized that the road to freedom starts with the removal of the ANC of Ramaphosa. They did so either by voting for the progressive parties or by refusing to vote at all. All we need to do is to convince the last 6 million people who have not yet realized that voting for the ANC of Ramaphosa is to invite racism, inequality, hunger, landlessness, and poverty back into the lives of Africans. For the record, Mkhonto Wesizwe is of the strong view that the 2024 elections were rigged and that the results announced by the IEC are not a true reflection of the will of the people. Before and after results, we have presented concrete evidence to the IEC showing widespread irregularities in the voting process and the voting system. It has all fallen on deaf ears. We've also tried all peaceful means to address our grievances, but all in vain. We have even approached the highest court in the land, but it rejected our pleas without even giving us a hearing and relying on technicalities while the democracy itself is being destroyed. As another form of peaceful protest, we have also voiced our dissatisfaction by boycotting the first sitting of the National Assembly last Friday. All these are constitutionally allowed methods of peaceful protest. We shall not tire from using peaceful means because we do not believe in resolving problems through violence despite the fake narrative of our enemies. We call on all our supporters to be patient, even in the face of the most serious provocation by the institutions of democracy, which are supposed to be independent and unbiased. The most frustrating treatment was when 26 political parties lodged almost 600 objections, which were publicly addressed in the evening of Saturday, the 1st of June 2024, at the IEC Results Center. Literally within minutes of making our cries for fairness and asking the IEC to delay the declaration of the results until our objections were addressed, the chairperson of the IEC told the media and the country that the IEC was going ahead to announce the results as planned and as if nothing had happened. This was despite the fact that the law allowed the IEC another 4 days to attend to our issues. It is therefore our strong view that the premature declaration of the results was totally illegal. The only reason given by the IEC for rushing was to please the markets. It is the people who voted and not the markets. The constitutional mandate of the IEC is to serve the voting public and not the markets. We took this issue to the Constitutional Court for its attention, but to add insult to injury, the Constitutional Court missed the whole point and failed to address the key issue of illegal declaration of results. Instead, the Constitutional Court concerned itself with the evidence of irregularities. But that was not the issue we brought to them. That issue belongs to the Electoral Court. It is irrelevant whether our objections were valid or invalid. The issue is that the IEC was not entitled to brush us aside and to proceed without rushing the declaration of those results before looking into the allegations made on behalf of millions of South Africans, the voters. The court failed to address this matter. We also complained that the boycott would result in a National Assembly not reaching the minimum number of 350 members, as referred to in the Constitution. That issue was also not addressed. Surprisingly, the Constitutional Court said the matter was not urgent and the court did not have jurisdiction. That means we should have gone to another court, even though the first sitting of Parliament was only a few days away. It simply does not make sense at all to deal with such serious issues by resorting to pure technicalities. That is the same court which was prepared to give urgent and direct access to Judge Zondo to bypass the criminal courts and to sentence me to go to prison without a trial. Now, the same court is not prepared to give direct access to test whether the IEC acted wrongly in rushing the declaration of those election results and possibly having an illegal government for the next 5 years. That can never be called justice. Justice for Zuma should be the same justice as justice for all. It is also not good enough to be called a democracy. It can only be called a dictatorship of the ruling party and its institutions. In recent times, the highest courts of Zimbabwe, Kenya, Malawi, and even the USA have listened to election challenges because they respect democracy and fairness. They did not use escape routes or technicalities such as urgency or jurisdiction. To do so is a disgrace and a violation of human rights. So much for the so-called best institution in the world. best constitution in the world. It cannot be the best if it has eyes to choose who does not deserve justice. Such a legal system must be changed as soon as possible. It may be suitable to Roman and Dutch people, but for us as Africans, but not for us as Africans. We must do away with Roman Dutch law. We shall not be discouraged, but will continue to fight on. We have instructed our legal team to take any steps possible, both inside of South Africa and internationally, to ensure that justice is done. We cannot allow a situation where millions of votes have been stolen. The legal team will report on the possible avenues which are available. We are always expected. Why are we always expected? Why are we always expected? To accept what is clearly unacceptable. We say, enough is enough. In the end, justice will prevail. We have already waited for almost 400 years for our freedom, and we are almost there. We call on our people to demand to know what happened to their votes. They have the right to know. We will therefore, at the right time, call on our people to demonstrate their dissatisfaction against all these injustices peacefully, in the streets, in the courts, and even in Parliament until our grievances have been addressed. We have now launched a new electoral court challenge and given that court the evidence we have collected. We shall also participate in the case lodged by the ATM in the electoral court. We shall leave no stone unturned. Regarding the current political situation, we need to educate our people that there is no government. We need to educate our people that there is no government of national unity in South Africa. There is a white-led, unholy alliance between the DA and the ANC of Ramaphosa. It is sponsored by big business. It is for the benefit of the markets and not the people. It must be crushed before it finds its feet. The media is also selling the story of a government of national unity when they know that there is no such thing. I know because I was part of the leadership which introduced but the SABC belongs to us. It has no right to feed our people with lies and to pursue narrow agendas at our expense. We shall seek an urgent meeting with the SABC board and management to raise this issue, and if necessary, educate them on the correct political terms which are appropriate. If they do not listen to the people, then the people will march to SABC to demand the truth. There is a government, if there is a government of national unity, why is its founding documents only signed by Mbalula and Helen Zille? Let it be clear to all our people that at 40%, the ANC of Ramaphosa had a choice to listen to the people and team up with those fighting for the total liberation of our people and the return of the land, or team up with those who stand for racism, white supremacy, backwardness, land theft, Zionism, and other ends. They chose to go to bed with the racists. By doing so, the ANC of Ramaphosa has defined itself outside progressive forces of change. It has defined itself against the majority of the oppressed. The ANC of Ramaphosa must be treated as part of the problem and no longer as part of the solution. However, the door is always open for the real ANC to be welcomed back in the progressive fold. I think I need to repeat this so it's clear. I state, by doing so, the ANC of Ramaphosa has defined itself outside of the progressive forces of change. It has also defined itself against the majority of the oppressed. The ANC of Ramaphosa must be treated as part of the problem and no longer part of the solution. We also want to dispel the DA-ANC propaganda that the MK party is part of those that are against the Constitution. In everything we do, we follow the Constitution. However, we believe that the Constitution must be amended to allow for the return of land and to give a much bigger role to Parliament, which is made up of democratically elected representatives of the people rather than unelected judges. Section 44 of the Constitution gives the National Assembly unlimited power to amend the Constitution. Parliamentary sovereignty, which is practiced in the many democratic countries, is a normal prevalent form of government. I promise to address the nation soon after meeting the leaders of the progressive forces, when we shall deliver a detailed battle plan for the next few months or years until we finally win back our country from the enemies of progress and economic. Let me start and repeat that because it's very important. It says and states, I promise to address the nation soon after the meeting with the leaders of the progressive forces when we shall deliver a detailed battle plan for the next few months or years until we finally win back our country from the enemies of progress and economic freedom with the new apartheid regime of Steenhuisen and all his black sellout puppets led by Cyril Ramaphosa. Unity in action is the simple clarion call. We can no longer afford to be divided when the enemy is uniting against the people. For that reason, we wish to announce that After taking legal advice, Umkhonto Wesizwe will soon occupy its seat in the National Assembly. We shall continue to raise the issue of the rigged elections even inside the House, while at the same time we shall intensify the court actions and other constitutional methods outside. The protest will continue in other forms. There are many battles ahead, including a total overhaul of the currently biased voting system itself and the biased IEC. Together with the Progressive Caucus and the people, we must fight the sellout deal of the DA and their puppet Ramaphosa by any means necessary and within the law. There is no time to rest. Those of us, in the form of President Zuma, who are still members of the ANC, will continue in any space until those of us political homes to continue the struggle for liberation. As founders of Umkhonto Wesizwe said on 16 December 1961, there comes a time in the life of any nation where there remains only two choices: to either submit or fight. I need to repeat that. There comes a time in the life of any nation where there remains only two choices. You either submit or you fight. That time has now come to South Africa, and that time is now. We shall not submit, and we have no choice but to hit back by all means within our power in defense of our future and our freedom. I thank you.
Let me allow the legal team to give an input on our legal process.
Thank you very much, Comrade Muzi and Comrade Kabula. Unfortunately, mine is a legal one. It's not as revolutionary as Comrade Kabula. I've been asked by the President to just give a brief outline, because we've had so many cases, there's been a multiplicity of cases in such a short space of time that some people are confused as to where we are, which cases are still happening, and so on. And I was therefore asked to give some perspective and context. And as I say, my part will be quite short before I hand over to the political people. I'm just a lawyer, I don't know anything about politics. Yes. Now, and on a serious note, I've been given permission by the Pan-African Bar Association of South Africa that I'm a part of, as previously, to participate only in my professional capacity. So if you want to hear my political views, and I do have plenty of them sometimes, you'll have to call me some other time. So the MK party has been involved in what I call an unprecedented 11 cases in the space of about 3 months. I don't think there's any organization that has ever been to court so many times in such a short of space of time. In short, as you might know, from the 19th of March we were in Bloemfontein in the electoral court, where we had been taken by the ANC to deregister the party. They failed. On the 27th of March, the ANC also took us to the Durban High Court to fight over the logo and the trademark. They failed. On the 9th of April, the IEC took us to the electoral court in the electoral court which was sitting in Johannesburg. And that was because the electoral court had taken a decision, as you might remember, to exclude the former president, and we had appealed against that decision. The electoral court found in favor of Mkhonto Sizwe and former President Zuma, and then they appealed to the Constitutional Court, where we brought a case for the recusal of the judges there, which they dismissed. And then on the same date, the 10th of May, there was the IEC appeal, which was upheld. Then, a few days after that, there was a case in the electoral court where the IEC sought to remove Mr. Visvin Reddy and Bongosi Kanyile from the list on the basis that they had made certain statements. Then thereafter, of course, there were the two cases, one in the electoral court and the other one in the Western Cape High Court, brought by Mr. Jabulani Khumalo, who went to the electoral court and basically brought the same case in the Western Cape High Court, both of which were unsuccessful. Then in June, we took the matter of, that was referred to by Comrade Tlamulo, which was the matter of the irregularities in the electoral results, as well as the composition of the National Assembly, to the Constitutional Court, which last week was dismissed on the basis that the court had no jurisdiction and it was not urgent, but the court then went on to deal with the merits. And currently there is an electoral court matter that Comrade Tlamulo referred to, and then also there's the electoral court case of the ATM in which the MK party is cited. So that is those are the 11 different cases. The second point I wanted to make is that Umkhonto Wesizwe has done so well in that it was successful. It had a 100% success rate in all those cases, except those that were in the Constitutional Court, which dismissed both of Umkhonto Wesizwe's applications, as well as, I suppose, the recusal application. The third point that I want to make, which is my final point, is that we, as the legal team, we are awaiting the judgment in the Bongosi Kanyile Visvin matter from the Electoral Court. We are also awaiting hearing dates in the new application, and in the two applications that were launched this weekend, one by Umkhonto Wesizwe, the other one by the ATM. And as far as the Constitutional Court cases, and the President asked me to emphasize this, we have been asked as the legal team to look at ways to pursue those matters further, both locally and, if need be, internationally. The legal team will give a comprehensive advice to the clients, and the matters that are involved in that legal advice of the pursuance of these matters, both locally or internationally, pertain to two important matters. One of them is the setting aside of the election as a whole, and which, if successful, will therefore be followed by a re-election within 90 days. The second matter pertains to the removal from the list or from the membership of the National Assembly of former President Zuma, which we believe that was not done in accordance with international norms, particularly because in that particular case, as you know, those who followed it, the Constitutional Court made findings, including one of the findings was that remission of sentence does not reduce a sentence, and that the IEC is entitled to administer the membership of the National Assembly. And it is a strong feeling of the clients that both of those matters, or those kinds of findings, are in violation not only of our Constitution, but also of international human rights instruments. And therefore, thank you. And therefore, those are the matters that will be pursued further. So, if the media has been writing all sorts of things about these matters, some of them completely off the mark. So we just thought we should make those remarks. For example, the issue that was raised by Comrade Tlamulo about the matter that was raised in the Constitutional Court. Even today in the Sunday Times, there's a long article, I think by Franny Rapkin, about how there was no evidence and this and the other. And this has been clarified 100 times, that case was not about the evidence. That case was about the premature declaration of the results by the IEC, number one. And secondly, it was also about the quorum, the issue of the composition of the National Assembly. And I just want, before I hand back, want to say that the problem, I think, sometimes is that the people who comment on these things are just lazy to read. And if one person makes a mistake in the media, then like sheep, everyone follows that mistake. And then it's just perpetuated. all these people had access to these papers, and I just want to read one paragraph, which makes it clear that they are all off a wrong tangent when they say, but where was the evidence and all that? This is what was said in those papers, very simply, at paragraph 15. Before dealing with the issue of jurisdiction, and in order to save unnecessary debate, which obviously we failed, it will be crucial to state upfront what this application is not about. Right? What the application is not about. And the word not is underlined. I say this application is not about reviewing or appealing the IEC's dismissals of the objections of vote rigging, incompetence, and the like, or any cause of action which falls under Section 20 of the Electoral Commissions Act of 1996. The group of parties aggrieved by those decisions who are here have reportedly taken or intend to take whatever legal steps are open to them in that regard. The applicant also intends to present whatever new evidence it has gathered in that respect to the IEC in the form of objections. Those issues are referred to here in merely for historical context. What this application is about is the separate issues of declaring, in terms of Section 172 of the Constitution, certain conduct of the IEC, that is the rushed declaration of results, to be unconstitutional, setting such conduct aside as just and equitable remedies, and giving a proper constitutional interpretation to Section 46 of the Constitution. That's the one that deals with the composition. So anybody who wants to be asking all this, why was there no evidence in the application and all that, must just read paragraph 15 of the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, SC. I think now we will allow members of the progressive forces to also give a statement. Then we'll allow them with their questions, and we'll then respond accordingly.
My greetings to the members of the media here. We've got our monarchy, the royal household, Bayete. We've got the ministers and the clergy, Obaba, the leadership of MK, and we greet all the leaders of the various political parties and all South Africans. Let me start by this quote from Winnie Mandela, which really builds once again on what Obaba said in his statement. And I quote, open quote, "It is only when all black groups join hands and speak with one voice that we shall be a bargaining force which will decide its own destiny." I close quote. In preparing for this briefing, I was reminded of the chairperson of the TRC Commission, the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who once implored on Mama Winnie at the TRC to admit that whatever her intentions might have been in Soweto in the 1980s, that something went wrong. Mama Winnie responded in a candor and fearless manner as always, and she agreed that indeed things went horribly wrong. Today is a somber moment in our history, truly defining moment for this nation. In the same light, we want to implore on the ruling party on the ANC to admit that whatever their intentions were for the 2024 elections and the so-called government of national unity, they must admit to this truth, this reality, that things went horribly wrong. Things went horribly wrong for the majority of the black people, for the black child, for those black government employees that are now classified as catered employees because the X is on their neck. Things went horribly wrong for the politicians whose prison doors are open awaiting them because of this arranged marriage. Many South Africans thought we were having a great new start in the 2024 elections. It was buzzing. We came up with new political parties. Young people were hopeful, saying 2024 is our 1994. And yes, we all agreed that there were fundamental changes that needed to be made in our society, administrative and legislative systems that needed to be changed to address the issues of poverty, unemployment, inequalities, and governance. But little did we know that 2024 is the DA's 1994. We watched with horror on the eve of the first sitting of the 7th administration an interview with the so-called DA veteran Douglas Gibson and our veteran Ubaba Matthews Posa. That was supposed to have been the bachelor's party of this arranged marriage between the DA and the ANC. And it was so sad to watch Gibson on TV jeering and mocking at Baba Matthew Posa and the ANC, patronizing him. And he was so docile, with cap in the hand. He could not even respond or call the men to order. All he could say was that by this time tomorrow, Cyril Ramaphosa will be president of South Africa. That was a moment of awakening for me, because it was at that moment that we realized that the material conditions of poverty, despair, degeneration of our people has been sacrificed at the altar of positions. Just like in 1994, the focus was on who is going to be president at all costs. While we lost our land, we lost the economy, we lost the mines, we lost the ports. Indeed, once again, we have lost our country. Once again, the heritage and inheritance of the black child was sold for a bowl of soup. Positions without power, a throne whose power is borrowed from the markets. It reminded me of 2022. After much oppression and marginalization of our people in the metros, a group of us minority parties, we came together and said we are leaving the DA multi-party. I was leading that multi-party. It was the very same DA who labeled us as delinquent, as corrupt, and we became enemies. I was enemy number one of Helen Zille. She's still suing me even today. We were shocked that today they are singing the praises of ANC. They are the one leading the charge to give the baton of government to the ANC. They forgot that we were stripped naked, investigated. We were ostracized for going back to give power to the ANC in the city of Johannesburg. But believe me, it's only a matter of time. As Baba's statement has said, let's watch and see. It's only a matter of time that arranged marriage is going to come crumbling down. I'm inspired again by an Afrikaner woman, Susan Smith, and I'm calling on all progressive forces to pick this spirit. She stood against the British regime. She was the driving force behind the Great Trek. Susan played a leading role, and she led all the women. They were determined that they would rather walk across the Drakensberg barefooted to die in freedom, as death was dearer to them than the loss of their liberty to the British rule. So Baba, as the progressive parties, will rather stay and starve outside and die in this pursuit for our freedom than to submit to this ANC-DA regime. It was Her Excellency Golda Meir in 1973 when she was Prime Minister, and in her reflection in the book that she wrote, My Life, she said, I regretted the decision not to take preemptive measures when war seemed imminent. Well, as political parties today, young leaders, we understand more than ever that war against the black child is imminent. And we can't fight it divided. We have decided to heed your clearance call, Baba, and unite, consolidate ourselves. We have all had our Damascus experience. The road to Damascus moment has happened to all of us 26 parties. We now know the truth. The light has come. We are now beginning to speak in one voice. What we should have done before the 29th of May, we are doing it now. So in the days to come, together with the MK and those that are inside, we are going to consolidate. We are going to regroup. Whilst we look at how do we help the disenfranchised young people out there, the youth of our nation in these next 5 years. But Ubaba has advised us that when we look at the constitutional review, it's not going to be a piecemeal approach. We are not going to look at land only. We are going to be bold. We are going to be decisive. We are going to overhaul the entire Constitution so that it aligns to this dispensation and what we are facing in our time. We will jointly fight for the entire Constitution to be reviewed, to remove every hindrance to transformation, economic emancipation of our people. We are no longer going to be debating about it. This current Constitution has not served the aspiration of our people to attain economic freedom. And as I conclude, we are going to borrow again from Mama Winnie's spirit. She was never demoralized. Her inexhaustible tenacity, her commitment to justice is going to fuel us and fire us as we approach our unwavering pursuit to set aside the decision by the IEC to declare these elections not free and not fair, because they were not. We know it's going to be a long road and the system is against us. But as the parties that are outside, we are supporting MK in the application, we're supporting ATM in the application, and given legal advice, we'll also lodge our own application. Some people are saying to us, the horse is already bolted. We know the horse is bolted. We are not stupid, we know. But listen, the horse is bolted, but there's a Red Sea awaiting the horse ahead. That Red Sea is not necessarily EFF, but there's a Red Sea, and there's only one Moses that has the rod to part that Red Sea, and it's Ubaba. When they get to the Red Sea and they are stuck, they are going to call on this Moses to part this Red Sea, and will be there to cross over with him. As I conclude, I want to encourage you and everybody, and I'm sending this message to everyone. It's only when we have liberated ourselves, in the words of Mama Winnie again, it's only when we have liberated ourselves can we cooperate with other groups. There's no reason now to accommodate other groups. There is no reason to accommodate any market. Until the majority of our people are free, they have economic levers in their hands, and a black child can have a future in this nation. Amanda.
Thank you very much, Comrade Colleen McWell. So, I'll be taking heads. We only have one roving mic. Where's the other one? When I'll be noting hands, it's one. Look on this side. It's 1, the gentleman, 2, 3, and 4. But do introduce yourself and the media house you represent. Yes, ma'am. 4, 5, 6. Only 6 cents.
Should I go? Hello, this is Jamie Mighty from the Africa Research Desk. I've got 2 questions. One is about the role of the media, and 2 is about the constitutionalism discussion. On the role of the media, I think that I would like to get some reflection from the MK party about the non-airing of the interview by ENCA at the time close to the election. Do you believe that that had a material impact on election outcomes, considering that other interviews were aired? For example, the Thabo Mbeki interview on Power FM, when the reason for not airing the interview was that it was within 48 hours of the election. More broadly, do you think that the conduct of the media in this election has been preferential to certain political parties and personalities? And finally, if it has been, how does that get addressed? So that's the first question. The second question is from a legal perspective. The Harris cases are used to demonstrate why a parliamentary sovereignty is dangerous in a democracy. And the argument that has been made in the statement is that you want to have, as part of your reforms, parliamentary sovereignty over the Constitution. Can you respond to how the abuse of a system like that could be curtailed? Because the reason why it was not chosen was to prevent a parliament from doing whatever it likes if it has the votes. And I think when the criticism is raised about anti-constitutionalism, it is based on the fact that you are pursuing this particular model, not particularly that you want to make amendments. Thank you.
Number 2.
Good day, my name is Thando Maego. I'm from the Business Day. The MK is disputing the outcomes of the May general election, but we do know that it had previously tried to engage in coalition talks with other political parties, such as the IFP in KwaZulu-Natal. To me, it seems like a contradiction. One time you are disputing the outcomes, but also trying to participate in coalition talks. Please explain that to me. And then when will the 58 members of the MK be sworn in Parliament? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sanbona, my name is Timbi Letele with Bloomberg News. Just in recent days, the Secretary General of the ANC has said that the door remains open and they wish to continue engagements with the MKP. You've also noted in the statement that the door is always open for the real ANC. Do you have any plans to engage the leadership of the ANC in coming days? And perhaps under what conditions would such an engagement take place? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Samkele Masego from the SABC. Mr. Former President, in essence, on your question of taking all legal avenues available, even internationally, what are some of the international legal avenues you are looking at taking, particularly when it comes to challenging this particular election? Secondly, on the matters of your political home, the ANC, it was alluded to and alleged by Secretary General William Balula that they tried to get a hold of you. They've not been able to get a hold of you for the particular negotiations on the coalitions. Is that a true reflection of what truly happened, or were they simply lying? Then lastly, what truly happened with the negotiations with the Inkatha Freedom Party in KwaZulu-Natal? The President Hlabisa says the meeting was set up, the team of the MK party was late by 2 hours. Subsequently to that, Mpulego Hlengwa waited for another 2 hours, and the team never pitched. What is the true reflection on that particular avenue? Then lastly, on the issues pertaining to the progressive bloc, what will be the nature and form of the discussions of this new opposition that is there within the country? We've seen the economic freedom fighters, Julius Malema, saying that they are willing to work with the MK party, and they wanted you as the MK party to lead the province of KwaZulu-Natal on the virtue that you are the biggest party within that legislature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there are two heads in this.
Good evening. Alpha Ramushwana here from Eyewitness News and Radio 702. My colleague has covered some of my questions, but I also really want to know, when it comes to KZN particularly, you had an opportunity to govern with other parties in KwaZulu-Natal. And again, we did hear that you ignored some of the parties who were willing to negotiate with the MK party. And you speak about a DA and ANC coalition which you are opposed to. Why did you allow this DA-ANC coalition to lead KZN when we could have taken the stand and governed the province with other political parties? Thank you.
And the last one?
Salalo Mokudira here from Salam Media. We just heard from General Fani Masemola. He's the national chairperson of SABS, that they have deployed additional public order police in the KZN. This is based on intelligence gathered that there are threats of post-election violence. As a political party that did particularly well in the KZN, what's your response to this?
Thank you. Let's give to the team to respond.
Let me start with the first question regarding the interview with JJ Daban and the NCA. Nice. Okay. Let me unpack what transpired there. JJ Tabane requested for an interview with President Zuma, and he's been requesting an interview for the longest time, as is the case with many of you. He was then granted an opportunity in the form of his show for the ENCA, and he came through with his team to Ngandla, off the back of the invite, where we had given him an opportunity to engage with President Zuma in a marathon interview that took 2 hours. We started from around midnight until 2 a.m. We never in any way held back on any questions. We never told him what questions to ask. He engaged President Zuma openly. And President Zuma responded to every single question. The problem, and what is interesting, is that, in actual fact, it was before 12 o'clock, President, if I recall, because at 12, they were going to go off live. So we were trying to get the interview done live. JJ Tabane contacted the team in the form of his the senior leaders within ENCA for a live. They refused a live. Instead, they wanted it to be pre-recorded. We then agreed, it's fine, we'll go ahead with the pre-record. Take into consideration that it would be aired on JJ Tabane's show on the Monday. Did it happen on Monday morning, on the Monday evening show? No. So, we know that the MD, Norman, of ENCA, and maybe the ENCA team here can tell us when our interview is going to be aired. But Norman, we know, has got a very close relationship with the likes of Kumbuzo Nchaveni and Cyril Ramaphosa. We know that. So if you want your answer in terms of why there is censorship in this ENCA, that is the reason why. ENCA took me live, but you'll never see that interview that I did live in the media or on social media. Why? Because I'm speaking about the IEC. So the issue of censorship, and we know that at times, in most cases, it's not the reporter's problems or issue to cover certain things. You are censored yourself, we know, by your bosses, what you must ask, what you can't ask. And that must come to an end. So, do we believe that it had a material impact? Absolutely. it did have an impact on the elections. There's no doubt. What were they hiding? And by the way, in that interview, President Zuma says things he has never said in public. So we need to demand that that interview is played in its totality. And one thing we have learned is to bring our own camera. That's that.
Okay. SG.
Thank you, Colleague Moses. Oh, that's all.
Musical chairs.
Greetings to everyone. Can I put it here? Yeah. Sure. I think there are quite a number of questions, but must I hold this one? Yeah. Oh, okay. As equal as the Newcastle. Now, there are a few questions that I need to answer in relation to issues of the IFP engagements. But also there's another one in relation to why a contradiction. Why do you want to object to the elections but equally wants to lead the negotiations and ultimately KZN government? Firstly, let's clarify that the people of KwaZulu-Natal gave us 45%, which makes us the majority party in terms of seats and percentage. The next party that followed us, it's only 18%. And after them, which is the IFP, after them it's the ANC with 16%. So when we sat down as leadership, we felt we have responsibility to respond to those who have had confidence to us as Umkhonto wesizwe, that whilst we're pursuing the legal challenge on the elections itself, and we can't leave the space open because we owe it to those people who voted us. That's the first one. So it was a response to those who voted us, and we're very thankful for that. And the second one is to correct this misrepresentation of facts by the IFP. I think there is a narrative that has been drawn as if we abdicated the responsibility of first forming the government of KZN. But let's first clarify the fact that it is the ANC that said, because it has 40% national, it bears a responsibility of forming government, and therefore is inviting everybody to form government at a national level. In terms of their own assertion and policy position, it's logical that they should have allowed us to do the same thing in KZN. Now, we felt that their underhand dealing is a symbolic of their own, behavior, if you may, of unprincipled ANC of Ramaphosa. Because they should have been active enough to say, if this is our stance national, obviously in the province, MK should have led the process of forming government. I think President Julius Malema has been emphatic on this point, which makes a complete sense. But we then took an initiative of talking to different political parties. We started with the IFP. After we picked up an information that the ANC in KZN was engaging with all other parties, we wrote a formal letter to the IFP requesting a meeting with them. They never responded in writing, by the way. They responded by a telephone call and a WhatsApp message, agreeing to the meeting that we requested to have. But because we were delayed into the meeting was supposed to have started at 5, we requested it to start at 6. On the basis of that, they cancelled the meeting.
not waited for us, they cancelled. So it begs the question as to how much time allocation did they have for Mkondo Wesizwe. So literally it meant 1 hour. Now we gave them 2 hours before the actual meeting time because we requested at 3 to shift the time from 5 to 6. So there was 2 hours in between. So it's not true that they waited for us because they then sent a message requesting that we meet the following day at 4. And we confirmed the meeting at 4. The next thing, our national negotiating team told us that they were already in Johannesburg for the engagement on the government of national unity. So whatever that they have said is not true. But nonetheless, we continue to, I'm sure the question that will be a follow-up on that will be the NFP one. Maybe let's just answer that equally so that you don't follow that up. I think we'll need to say, as part of the process, we engaged with the NFP. Again, we wrote them a formal letter requesting a meeting. The meeting was in twofold. We organized a meeting between the two presidents, President Zuma and President Barnes of the NFP. The reason for that approach was that NFP and President Zuma had historical relationship with the former president and the late president of the NFP, Gamagwaza Musi. All of you will remember that when President Zuma was still the president of the Republic, he appointed Gamagwaza Musi as the deputy minister. And you will know that even when she was very sick, and President Zuma was pressured to remove her as deputy minister, President Zuma did not do that on humanitarian grounds, but also because there was an understanding that President Zuma was requested by the late president of NFP to help them grow their own party. So it's very important that there was a historical context, hence the meeting of the two presidents. Unfortunately, we engaged with the delegation from the NFP without getting into details. And unfortunately, you know, they decided to work with other people. But in terms of the process in KZN, we have raised our dissatisfaction. I'm sure those that have seen social media videos, that again the IEC that was running the election allowed the plain rigging, point blank, of the election in that legislature. Members of that legislature were actually voting in plain sight of the two people that were supposed to monitor as to how were they voting. We can share the videos with the members of the media, but it's also on our Mkondo Wesizwe Facebook page and many other socials that are there. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I think Dr. will continue the legal issues, legal questions.
Thank you, Comrade Musi. I'll be brief. The first question from Mighty Jamie had to do with parliamentary sovereignty versus constitutional supremacy. Correct? Right. Okay, look, again, I'm answering obviously on behalf of the client here. But my understanding, I mean, personally, I'm a constitutionalist. But what the MK party and former President Zuma has been saying all along, I think, are two simple things. If you see the narrative from Steenhuisen, and now even recently, yesterday, unfortunately also from Mr. Mbalula, they posed this so-called GNU thing as a battle between those who believe in the Constitution and those who are against the Constitution. Now that's a false narrative which is just being created to confuse the people. None of the organizations that are not in that GNU have ever called for anti-constitutionalism. So how I understand the argument is twofold. That you cannot say that to amend the Constitution is unconstitutional, because the Constitution itself has provisions for its amendment, right? So, firstly, the amendments that are suggested in the political terrain are twofold. The first one has to do with the amendment of Section 25 of the Constitution, which would remove the compensation requirement for land repossession, right? So let's call that the smaller amendment of a part of the Bill of Rights, which is also provided for in the Constitution. The second category is the one that former President Zuma is talking about, which is to say that is a system at this juncture of our democracy, is a system that is totally dependent on judges, in the sense that the judges have a final say, which is what lawyers call constitutional supremacy, as opposed to parliamentary sovereignty, where the elected representatives of the people have the ultimate say. And that's a debate which I think is legitimate. If the MK party is wrong on that, well, people can be wrong. That's why it's called a debate. But to stifle the debate by labeling people as anti-constitutionalists because they're raising that debate is completely wrong. Actually, that is unconstitutional, because that's a violation of their right to hold their views in terms of Section 16 of the Constitution. So I think that's where the debate is. There's no right or wrong. Britain, which is regarded as one of the leading, if not the first democracy, has a system of parliamentary sovereignty. Nobody ever said that is a dictatorship or draconian. So there are systems, and I think that that's what is being raised. So the debate should be had, I think, by scholars, by academics, by politicians, by all of us, by the population. It must not be stifled with labels. So that's the first issue. The second issue that was asked was about the international, what are the international legal steps that the MK party is talking about? Well, on this one I'll be very brief, because I obviously can't give the legal advice to the media before I give it to the clients. But I can give you a hint. You would have heard that the reaction from Comrade Lela after the Constitutional Court outcome was that one of the things that they were considering was approaching the United Nations Human Rights Committee. Now that committee, the reason why he referred to it is because that committee has actually, just by coincidence, dealt with a similar case, which those who were in the Constitutional Court, you'll remember, we cited in court. It's a case of a gentleman called Disanayake, who, just by coincidence, was denied in Sri Lanka the opportunity to stand as a member of parliament on the basis of, guess what? Contempt of court. So it's a case that's actually on all fours. And that court, the United Nations Human Rights Committee, found that the government of the state of Sri Lanka was wrong to deny Mr. Disanayake his right to be a member of parliament on the basis of having been convicted for contempt of court. And it found that that is a violation of Articles 9, 14, and 25 of the Charter, or what is known as the ICCPR. Now, so that's that avenue that is being explored. But secondly, I might just tell you, there's a gentleman called Reino de Beer who filed papers in the Constitutional Court, which demonstrated that he has taken a separate case on behalf of former President Zuma against his incarceration in the first place in the African Court for Human Rights. And I'm not his spokesperson, he'll speak for himself, but I can tell you this, which is the most interesting that nobody seems to know, that in that case, the state of South Africa made submissions which said that, no, this is, this is water under the bridge and so on, and the case should be kicked out. And that court found in favor of former President Zuma. So that case is still alive. I think there are protocols where you cannot get into public details about what happens in that court. But I can tell you that much, that that case is still alive. So when we talk about international fora, we're talking about the African Court for Human Rights, that other court that I mentioned before, or rather the Human Rights Committee, and any other such forum. The bottom line is that the former president does not accept that interpretation that was given by the Constitutional Court. And there are, when we say local and international remedies, there are other remedies, there's rescission, there's all sorts of things. So all that will be considered and then presented to the clients, and then they will choose which route they want to follow, if any. We might come back saying there's no route, but if we give the routes, it will be those that I've just mentioned. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I think there's
yes. Okay. Sorry, Comrade Musa. Ubaba wanted to add on to the.
And I'm sorry because I've got the flu. Yes. But I thought I should just make some comment on one point. This new thing, the government of national unity. This actually is meaningless. I don't know what it means. Totally meaningless. Totally meaningless. We exercised the government of national unity in South Africa when we had finished agreeing to negotiate and establish the government in South Africa that would be voted by everybody. It had never happened because we had never voted in the past since the time immemorial. Only whites were voting. And we had decided to fight for our freedom after, when we were talking that let us be free, instead of the government responding to that, they actually banned the ANC. In other words, silenced the black people from talking about freedom, about whatever. We then declared war. And there was a fight that took place since 19 what? 1961. The ANC was banned in 1960. And then at the end of 1961, in December, we declared war to fight for our freedom. And there was a fight in South Africa for many years. People died. There were arrests in South Africa. And some were even sentenced to life imprisonment. There was war in South Africa. We had not agreed with the oppressors to change South Africa so that everybody had the right to vote, etc. The vote that we're talking about today. And when a lot of things were done to move to a point where we all agreed to negotiate. And as you will remember, when this was agreed, South African situation was very peculiar, very unusual, very deep. The anger and the fight was one of the most in Africa, most fight that took place. We reached a point as we were negotiating that if, for an example, we said, let us go for elections, and then the party that will win will then run the country. There was a very good understanding that the hatred between the whites and blacks was just beyond anything. If you just said in the first elections, the party that will win will then rule the country. If the whites said one, I'm sure the fight will continue. But if the ANC won, the black people won, there would be hatred. The continuation of hating one another or each other, whatever. Or the blacks telling the whites what to do, blah, blah, blah. There were many important issues that were looked at. We, as we were all ready for peace, and as you know, in addition to the hatred between the whites and blacks, there had also emerged a fight between IFP and the ANC, which was actually caused by the whites. So we thought we needed to find a formula because the country was at war, at hatred, at every other thing. Therefore, in order for us to come to a point where there would be no problems between us, we thought we needed the first 5 years not to be ruled by one party only, because there was a problem in the country. People were fighting, there was everything that you could think of terrible. We then decided, I think I was there, was I not? Okay, am I right? We decided that for that first period, we need to work together. There must be no parliament where we say something wrong to across whatever. And it was a very wise decision to stop violence in South Africa. War, violence, war, whatever, and hatred. And then the basis of that, we said the best thing to do is that all parties that will participate in the elections, no matter what, we did put a deadline that above this number, those parties will be members of parliament. And for us to have peace in our country, because there was war, there was hatred, there had been apartheid, which was very rude. We then decided that these parties who will be in parliament, who will have so much, must those parties participate in the first period of the country to ensure that there would be no other war, no anything, so that we can work together rather than in the normal parliamentary things where people fight or argue. And once we felt we should do so, we then decided to call it the Government of National Unity. The reason was that there was no unity. There had been a war, there had been everything. And some people who don't know politics just take faint phrases and things. When this time they were faced with a problem of how do you deal with the situation in South Africa, they decide to put our country as if it's at war. We now need to be together so that we can have a government of national unity. That is meaningless, says nothing. It's nothing. We're just misleading one another to think that is a good thing. Other people even thought that they could in fact be together with the DA because they just put this word, Government of National Unity. Others are hiding behind. Now it has become such a thing. But by the abbreviation, GNU. Nonsense. Now, if I was a journalist, I would have written a long article to help people here understand that it's just a fake. They just wanted to be together for various reasons of their own. And the others must have been maybe whatever. I don't want to say, just imagine. But the critical issue that I'm saying, my brothers and sisters, as journalists, really, we need to be helping us on these matters. You know it, you see it, you know. I don't think journalism to be one-sided. It should be fair. It should. If I was a journalist, I was saying, but this thing we said it 30 years ago. What it is now? I think you'd be asking these people who have come with this, what are you trying to do? Are you saying South Africa is at war? You therefore need to have peace. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
President, we should actually call it for what it is. The ANC has joined the Moonshot Pact of the DA.
Okay, thank you very much.
I did not want to say I'm rude. I nearly said it, but I thought people said this fellow is rude. But we saw it, there was no ANC when the name came.
The Moonshot Pact.
Moonshot Pact, there was no ANC.
There was no ANC. Now, who has joined now the Moonshot Pact? Who has joined it? Thank you.
You didn't say it.
I didn't say it.
We've responded to all the questions, and we will take the last bite. Okay, we'll start number one. In fact, let's do it like we did the last time.
Some says this question.
Oh, this. Responses. Okay. Yeah, just hold your hands a bit till we'll come back for the last bite. We are still responding to your questions. Just give them the mic. Who's responding?
No, give some credit to.
Oh, we said there's a question that is not responded to.
Must just refer.
What is the question?
The question was the ANC said they tried to reach former President Zuma and he was unavailable. And they were essentially saying they were being blue ticked. Is that true or not?
Okay, Comrade Kapasha, you can respond to that one. Yeah.
No, I don't think that's true. There is a narrative that seeks to brand MK as a disorganized organization. I was saying there's a narrative that seeks to brand MK as a very disorganized, disrespectful organization. You can get it from that sense where they said they reached President Zuma but he did not respond. They say he blue-ticked them. But it's the same narrative that you get from KZN, as if we are inexperienced to look to engage and then stood people up. It's a wrong narrative. The president doesn't negotiate on our behalf. There is a negotiating team that was actually appointed, as led by Comrade Kosnatin. They were the ones that were engaging with them. The ANC and any other party that we felt we needed to engage with. So President Zuma gets report from the negotiating teams. So that is not true. But I think I need to respond as well onto the from Salam Media about SAPS in KZN. It's another narrative that wants to make us a violent organization that are ready to fight at a whim. We are warmongers that are ready to kill. And we start by saying we have had about 12 of our members shot and killed. And we have never responded. The last person that was killed, the comrade of ours, was shot with 8 bullets. We have not even fired a single shot in retaliation. Our members have been disciplined consistently. There has been no blood spilled by Ukondwesi. And to mobilize police to go to KZN is mischievous. It fits into that narrative. When we actually announced that we have been robbed, especially in KZN, Mpumalanga, and Gauteng, not a single person can claim that we banned any building, we were demonstrating, we went to the IEC offices and all of that. None whatsoever. Consistently, we've been reporting, even from the media statement by the president, that we are using all legal means possible to challenge the IEC. And we've consistently said it to the media statement by the president that the courts have been running a narrative of us. In fact, they have been technically trying to run away from responding to the real issues that we have raised with them. So again, we are still reporting that we are ready to even take it to international courts. Not fighting, but still there is lingering question of trying to brand us as violent. We're not violent. We're not espousing any violence. We have called our members to be disciplined even at the height of the calculations. I think in the midnight, after the announcement was done, even when we called for it to be stopped, we issued a media statement through Comrade Kamulo, Comrade Mose, and Comrade Duda at 12 o'clock midnight to make sure that there is peace and calmness and acceptance of the situation, and to wait for leadership to respond accordingly. And this has been part of the process that we're doing. So it's not, the SAPS is just wasting resources of the state.
I think you will respond.
Come this side.
Just to respond on the issue of the ANC and how those matters are handled. The negotiating team, yes.
Asibonge kumphathi ohlelo. Nizongixolela ke mina, I'm a product of Bantu education, so I don't speak English after 4 p.m. I think I wanted to make 2 inputs. One is pertaining to the question that was raised by Business Day on coalition talks versus litigation. That's the first one. The second one that I wanted to make a contribution is the question of the meetings with the ANC. We have met with the ANC twice. There was a delegation that was led by the SG and the chairperson of the ANC. And we met again with the team that was led by the SG. So the narrative that we didn't make ourselves available for the meeting with the African National Congress is incorrect. That's the first thing that I wanted to respond to. The second issue that I wanted to respond to is that of the coalition talks versus litigation. But before I respond to that, I am tempted, inclined to ask a question. I don't know whether the journalists are asked questions during the media briefing. So I have two questions for the journalists. The first question relates to the seat allocation formula that is applied by the IEC when allocating seats for the national as well as provincial legislatures. I am also energized by the deafening silence on the part of the media when injustices are perpetuated by the IEC. The first thing that pains us as the MK is that if you look at the KZN as an example, the KZN legislature as an example, there is Party X that has been given one seat that they didn't qualify to get. Now, I don't understand whether the media sees that as a betrayal of the voters, because the voters didn't say we want Party X to be in the legislature, because if that was their will, they should have voted for it. Now is giving a seat in parliament based on an unfair formula used by the IEC. I don't know whether you have ever interrogated that seat calculation formula. The second issue that I wanted to talk to, we have a problem with the IEC. We have extracted from their databases, data sets that our experts have analyzed. And as part of that analysis, it was discovered that there is 9.3 million votes that are unaccounted for. Don't want to get into the merits and demerits of that. That is the terrain of the legal team. That will be ventilated in court because we have to test that in court to say these are our findings. This is not coming from the MK. Those figures are not from the MK, and the analysis was not done by us. It was done by experts. The statistical and mathematical modeling was done by the people who are well versed in that terrain. We had also been advised by the cyber forensic specialists that there were issues with the configuration of the IEC systems.
So I'll be taking the last bite, but please, our colleagues from the media, just be very brief in your questions now because it's cut as Saham. So this is the last round. Let me know which I see one, number two. I think we have two hands now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel Savage from The Guardian. So the Progressive Caucus in the National Parliament, does that mean that the MK will be working with the economic freedom fighters and the other parties that you've mentioned, how many seats does this Progressive Caucus command, and how formal will this arrangement be? Will you all be voting on the same issues? Is there a signed agreement? Any more details on that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Last one.
Okay. On the question of seeking revenge against Ramaphosa, is it for the people or is it for personal gain? Number two, who are the young leaders that can be trusted to never betray the NDR after the ANC has abandoned the mission? And then thirdly, on the Afrikaner question, should they get self-determination and what would they need to do to attain that?
Okay, I think that was the last question.
This is Shamalo Baloy from Urban Entertainment.
I was about to ask, who are you? I've noted two hands. And as principled as I am, I'm going to keep it as such. So I'll allow the leadership to respond, then we'll move as we wrap up. What's the mic? Respond to these two questions.
Yeah.
Did you capture them?
Yes. Yeah, I did. Thanks, Chair. The first one from Madam Guardian. Yes, we will be working with the EFF, as it was announced. But it's not only the EFF. We have said in the President's statement that we have forged alliances or working relationship with all the progressive political parties. Specifically, we said those that are on the left. And we've maybe to take it further, we're clear that we will not work with the DA because they don't represent any element of progressive element that help to change the plight of a black child. It's not only the EFF, there are 109 others. 109 seats in Parliament that we are working with. Among them, EFF, UDM, ATM, PAC, Al-Jamaa, and. So that is number one. And we're hoping to cement this relationship and consolidate it inside and outside of Parliament. I think as part of the statement, you will note that we said the President, after he has met these parties, develop a program. We'll announce that program that seeks to consolidate our people, to make sure that we capture the 6 million voters that we could not capture in these elections, even though we were robbed. So that is an ongoing work. Part of the team that is here in front are part of these political parties that we are working with. We further outline that we will be having what we call a patriotic front of all these progressive parties as part of our work going forward. The second one is what you call the abandonment of the National Democratic Revolution. Was that the question? I think we subscribe to the notion of the National Democratic Revolution. But we also are specific to say the motive forces of the revolution are blacks. And we are very clear in saying those people that are black are those that were disenfranchised by apartheid and colonialism. And therefore, as part of our work, we will consolidate. And we are clear in saying the ANC have abandoned it. Hence, we have categorized the relationship between the ANC and the DA as a moonpeg shot, aimed at benefiting the leaders of the ANC, not necessarily poor South Africans that still look for a true liberation in terms of the financial and economic freedom. And therefore we can clearly say the ANC has lost its title as a leader of progressive black political parties until people within the ANC are able to stand up and lead the ANC of this road and elements that have sold the revolution to the white establishment, in particular the Stellenbosch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that there are two things that the President emphasized or he spoke about. The objectivity of the media and of your reporting. We're also reminded of our not too distant apartheid colonialism memory. That indeed we are now reliving the trauma of apartheid. And the media ought to play a role in objectively reporting to the nation. But also to say, Happy Father's Day to the father of the nation. We really appreciate you, Baba. The nation believes in you. We'll just give the President his closing remarks. Then we'll wrap up.
No, thank you, Patrick. Thank you very much indeed. My flu is a bit of a problem. Yeah, we're not going to tell that. No, thank you for the opportunity. I had wanted to really ask the journalists questions. Mind you, some people stopped me and said it is not gentlemanly to do so because they are also lady journalists. No, I am very worried. I think these elections have caused more worries to some of us. Because South Africa is a country that has a history that put many of us into serious issues when apartheid laws were the laws, even if we're doing the right thing. We were sentenced to prison, we were done everything. We fought to go over this. Then we got freedom. Even when we were discussing the point I was making earlier, that we're very careful that we should not act in the manner that will make us continue fighting. We wanted to finish fighting. Hence, the government of national unity, which worked. We were a country that came from, it was not just a country within a democracy. It was a country of apartheid. And I've never heard in other countries in the world that there was a country that ruled through a system called apartheid. And we wanted to practice democracy, freedom, equality, everything. Down the line, 30 years into our democracy, or into our freedom, I shouldn't say democracy, into our freedom, we reach a point where, for the first time, there is elections that have such problems for the first time, that it was not easy to hide things that people were doing in order to ensure that this party wins, that party does not, etc., etc. I asked myself when the IEC, when complaints were brought by a big number of political parties, when they were saying, here are our complaints. And as soon as this was said, the IEC immediately organized you guys to send a message that that will never happen. We are doing it tomorrow, come what may. Is that democracy? Is how we deal with our people in a democratic country. The IEC has a right to veto us as political parties who participated, who are not happy, who say the elections were not free and fair. By that time, a number of boxes packed with the things we use when we vote. What we call them?
Papers.
Ballot papers. Many of them in many different areas. Many different areas. In democratic countries, the media is the first to point at the wrong things and point very seriously. Why were you guys so silent? Because this looks like a very common thing. There are things that are in the media more than others. Others, very serious, are not in the media. For an example, when the IEC leader said, we are going on, when we had already asked them not to rush until we deal with what we call problems. Why were you so quiet, guys? Because we who are generally on the receiving side notice these things. That we are very quick when some of us have been said X, Y, Z. We write pages and pages. But when it is said to other people, you don't see it. Or you quickly in 10 minutes forget what they said. Why? Because in some places, the media helps to ensure that democracy, no matter who, is respected, exercised. But in South Africa, it is the other way around. Some of us, even if you just coughed, it's a big story. That Zuma coughed in front of the people. Big news. I don't think when courts, for an example, you bring your case, they don't even look at it. They say, sorry, we can't even take it. because it is our right as citizens. Here, the IEC is where it is because it is employed by us, the country, to help counting and doing it correctly. That's how it is. They are not our bosses to tell us what to do, what not to do. Theirs is to count our votes with the citizens. And if we believe there is something wrong, it is our right that we tell them, and they must act and solve that problem before they announce that this is yet. And you can imagine this time around, I'm sure the word that is normally used, these elections were free and fair. I'm not sure whether they did say it. Did they? At the media, what did he say? Nothing. Did they see what was happening in the media? No. The stealing of boxes and all? No. Why did they keep quiet? Why? Now, I'm making these points because I want to tell you, we fought and got our democracy. There's no longer any democracy in South Africa. I am an example. I went into prison when I never committed any crime. I served in apartheid. At least the apartheid in their laws and constitution had committed crime, and I disagreed with them even there. And they sentenced me 10 years. Under democracy, I served 15 months, having committed no crime, having been in no court that dealt with me. If we don't notice that South Africa is moving back to what do you call it, by the way? What is another word of such government? Dictatorship. Dictatorship of those who have the money. Dictatorship. Are we ready to stand for this and just keep quiet, we who can write or talk to the newspapers, whatever? Now, where have you ever heard that such a big member of political parties, not one, not Umkhonto Sizwe that people don't like, the whole big group of political parties all complaining simultaneously that we are robbed here, we want this to be looked at, and people who are supposed to be helping us, I see, say sorry, we're not doing it. People who are supposed to be looking at the law and the respect of the law in the country, the judges are there making people to, what is it, take an oath. Take an oath. When they know that there are complaints, they are supposed to be looking after our democracy. Now, nobody, for an example, I'm not sure whether I've had, maybe at times I don't read the newspapers, because who has raised the issue about the number of political parties who are not happy with the decision of the IEC? Who? Is that not a story to write? Are you part of the democratic country? Because democracy does not allow such things. I'm not asking you questions because you said we are not supposed to be asked questions. I don't know why. Because we are also human beings like us. Nathi sengibuzile.
Yeah.
Sengibuzile mba pendula.
Nisafima for 2 hours. Nisafima for 2 hours.
I mean, you have elections ongoing. Suddenly, the machines have crashed. There's been no investigation from real what to call it? Investigating terrorism. Because you guys, you terrorize us. You terrorize us. Other people don't terrorize. Now, I'm saying this because I want to put it into our mind. Be fair, deal with the issues with anyone on the equal basis. Very important. Aklisha madam. Now, I want to say we are slowly moving towards a situation. There are people in South Africa, if they commit no crime, but they get charged, everything happens. We have an example of a leader of a party this side. What is it? It's called, what is your name, by the way? I'm saying this because we are here, and I thought I should not lose this opportunity. He was charged of not having looked after the people he was in charge of. Yeah, it's called oversight, but that's what it is in Zulu. Now, the man was waiting to be charged in the trial going on, whatever. Then you have a head of state whose home is found with a mattress full of money. Even his organization does not chase him out, but they chase a man without being found guilty or any evidence. That's how you guys report. And to make it easy, the judges says, no, the man, there's no wrongdoing. Yeah. But everybody who keeps the money above what is, he gets charged, arrested. But others, we have got a democracy that has eyes. There are people they see when they commit, even if they didn't. There are those they don't see, even if they commit crimes. I'm making this point because we are sitting here today. We ought not to be here. IEC should have taken our complaints, which are very heavy and serious. They decide not to do it. In our country, we can do it, no problem. In democratic countries, we cannot do it. Where is democracy? We who fought for democracy feel strong about it. Because we suffered. We went to prison, we went to exile, we were called all names. I don't see why you know exactly what has happened to these elections. Very little reporting about it. That's not democracy. Democracy says no one must do something wrong and be left because of her positions or of her money or whatever. That's not democracy. Now we've got it to go, and I want to tell you what our legal person was telling you this time around. They wanted to know this. The judges here who make judgments according to their thinking, not about what are the facts, they are likely to say this is all wrong. We are going to the international court so that this country does not have the South African judges doing so. Judges who get angry and sentence you because they hate you. We are going to the judges that look at things, look at issues. We are going there. It's fine that people are in government now, and I hope they did not commit anything wrong, because we are going to dig and dig and dig until the truth comes through. We do need to be respected as political parties. You cannot, as a country, have so many political parties saying things did not go wrong. Things do not go wrong. Things went wrong. Things went wrong. Some people say, no, things did not go wrong. Did not go wrong. Now, when I asked on time, those who handle our votes, the IC, don't rush. Because I was giving them a space so that we deal with these complaints until we have final things. Nobody says, I don't accept your complaints. Where do they get that power from? Now, if we have us here as political parties saying one thing, it's not even one party or two or three, the majority of the parties, and we are nothing. We are nothing, because and people who are being accused to do something, no, they're clean. I think we need to change, because when I said there, if you don't accept our proposal to you, you will be provoking people. You will be provoking people. I said so. Because no one who wants to be undermined by people who are supposed to be helping, where must they go? And somebody said Zuma is causing a problem. Not at all. Because people, even if you look at whatever else, democracy, protesting, doing everything around that is constitutional. Because if you provoke people, they're going to protest. They're going to do everything in seeing that things are done correctly. But many of you, or some of you, I shouldn't say many, some of you, Zuma is provoking violence. Is that violence to protest? Why do you run and say Zuma is provoking problems which will lead to violence? I don't like this. You know, I was arrested and I voluntarily went into prison. And people decided to say this is wrong, and they were correct. Because I was being taken to prison when I had no case. And those who are in power, instead of dealing with the situation, they actually provoked it by sending the army of police to come and pick up one old man. The whole army from all over. And we didn't say anything. In fact, I was in prison, maybe I didn't read any article from those who are writing to say this is wrong. I think we should correct ourselves if we want our democracy to be a real democracy. You must play your role as we play our role. I'm saying all of this because we are so many here. We are likely to get more criticisms than understanding what we're saying because of reasons not known by anyone. I've been right as an old man to deal with you. No, Chair, I just wanted to make this point because we are reaching a point in South Africa that can take us just beyond what we need. Because all of us, the media included, we have a right to ensure that you stop wrong things in this country so that this country becomes a peaceful country. We are together as the parties that are making the complaints. And bear in mind, and it's not again, it's the first thing you see since the freedom, that political parties come together dissatisfied by how those who are given jobs to do have done it. That in itself must tell you there is something serious. We can't poo-poo it and begin and believe that there's no problem because we are going to keep quiet. No. Let us see the votes properly. We've got many stories about votes, some banned. You don't even need to listen to what people have to say. There must be a repeat. No. There must be an elections. Not any other thing. No IC must dictate on us. They count us, they count our votes. They are paid for that out of our money. We cannot just be put aside, don't worry, we don't accept this. Why? If we said to all of us, we don't accept the accounting, what will that be? We must respect one another. If we want peace in this country. We all want peace, but you can't say one peace and provoke violence. Because we're making people angry. Why do you do so when you are given a job to help? And you know, I must stop now because I'm going to say something serious. Thank you. Thank you
very much, Comrade President, but also thanks to our colleagues in the media, and also Happy Youth Day and Youth Month. The big question still remains to the media, and it's why. So I think you will find time during your lunches and teas to respond to that question. Thank you very much.
Of our people in the metros, a group of us minority parties, we came together and said we are leaving the DA multi-party. I was leading that multi-party. It was the very same DA who labeled us as delinquent, as corrupt, and we became enemies. I was enemy number one of Helen Zille. She's still suing me even today. We're shocked that today they're singing the praises of ANC. They are the one leading the charge to give the baton of government to the ANC. They forgot that we're stripped naked, investigated. We were ostracized for going back to give power to the ANC in the city of Johannesburg. But believe me, it's only a matter of time. As Baba's statement has said, let's watch and see. It's only a matter of time that arranged marriage is going to come crumbling down. I'm inspired again by an Afrikaner woman, Susan Smith, and I'm calling on all progressive forces to pick this spirit. She stood against the British regime. She was the driving force behind the Great Trek. Suzanne played a leading role, and she led all the women. They were determined that they would rather walk across the Drakensberg barefooted to die in freedom, as death was dearer to them than the loss of their liberty to the British rule. So Baba, as the progressive parties, will rather stay and starve outside and die in this pursuit for our freedom than to submit to this ANC-DA regime.
President, to just give a brief outline, because we've had so many cases, there's been a multiplicity of cases in such a short space of time, that some people are confused as to where we are, which cases are still happening, and so on. And I was therefore asked to give some perspective and context. And as I say, my part will be quite short before I hand over to the political people. I'm just a lawyer, I don't know anything about politics. Yes. Now, and on a serious note, I've been given permission by the Pan-African Bar Association of South Africa that I'm a part of, as previously, to participate only in my professional capacity. So if you want to hear my political views, and I do have plenty of them sometimes, you'll have to go call me some other time.
Of national unity. The reason was that there was no unity. There had been a war, there had been everything. And some people who don't know politics just take faint phrases and things. When this time they were faced with a problem of how do you deal with the situation in South Africa, they decide to put our country as if it's at war. We now need to be together so that we can have a government of national unity. That is meaningless, says nothing. It's nothing, we're just misleading one another to think that is a good thing. Other people even forgot, thought that they could in fact be together with the DA because they just put this word, Government of National Unity, others are hiding behind. Now it has become such a thing. But by abbreviation, GNU. Nonsense. Now, if I was a journalist, I would have written a long article to help people here understand that it's just a fake. They just wanted to be together for various reasons of their own. Mkhonto weSizwe is of the strong view that the 2024 elections were rigged and that the results announced by the IEC are not a true reflection of the will of the people. Before and after results, we have presented concrete evidence to the IEC showing widespread irregularities in the voting process and the voting system. It has all fallen on deaf ears. We've also tried all peaceful means to address our grievances, but all in vain. We have even approached the highest court in the land, but it rejected our pleas without even giving us a hearing and relying on technicalities while the democracy itself is being destroyed. As another form of peaceful protest, we have also voiced our dissatisfaction by boycotting the first sitting of the National Assembly last Friday. All these are constitutionally allowed methods of peaceful protest. We shall not tire from using peaceful means because we do not believe in resolving problems through violence despite the fake narrative of our enemies. We call on all our supporters to be patient, even in the face of the most serious provocation by the institutions of democracy, which are supposed to be independent and unbiased. The most frustrating treatment was when 26 political parties lodged almost 600 objections which were publicly addressed in the evening of Saturday, the 1st of June 2024, at the IEC Results Center. Literally within minutes of making our cries for fairness and asking the IEC to delay the declaration of the results until our objections were addressed, the chairperson of the IEC told the media and the country that the IEC was going ahead to announce the results as planned.